Alright, welcome, welcome. I'm just gonna play some MushDash. I'll just put it on random and see how long I can play for. You know, I'm gonna get myself out of my favorite music. Maybe I'll find some new things. I don't know if I've played any of these. Oh, yeah, I must have. So no new songs since the last time I played. Alright. Hit all. And, that sounds kind of nice. I said random, so I'll do random. I just need to find the random button. There it is. Oh, song I've never played. Right off the bat, it's dropping me into a 10. I ain't mad, I'm just surprised. That was kind of tricky. Yeah, this song's tricky. It's pretty fun though. It's silly. This one's requiring a lot of focus. Ow. I actually got hit by a gear. I also feel like the song's going on a little long. Yeah, that was good, that was good. I think I missed like 3 in a gear. 4 in a gear. Hey, I'll never complain about getting an ass. Hit me with another random song. Damn, an 11. It really wants me to suffer right out at the gate, doesn't it? At least I have played the song a lot. I think this one might be on my favorites list. It is. Okay, so far so good. I hit the ghost instead of the hold note. And I just lost Gemini. I'd say I'm rusty, but that's just not exactly true. I was playing this game, what, last week or 2 weeks ago? I don't remember anymore. It's just a hard song. Yeah, it's one of them songs that's just maybe a little too hard for me. I'm not saying it's like unfair or anything, just acknowledging my skill level. So I was playing Pokemon Pearl. I've been playing through it, and earlier today I was clearing Wake's water gym, and you know, I was reminded of what the plot was in this game, and frankly, it's awful. No, don't click off just because of potentially a hot take here. There's a guy standing outside the marsh. He's like, they'll never expect this large explosion that I'm going to cause. And he's implying, and maybe he even straight up says it, that he's going to plant a bomb at the lake. And I'm just standing here like, okay. And then he's saying this, right? But he's not doing anything until I beat the gym leader and come back out and talk to him again. At which point he's like, I've gotten my package, now I just need to deliver it to the lake and detonate it. And he's like, on my way. And then he's like, oh, who are you? Standing over there listening to everything that I say. And well, you can't catch me, I'm going to the lake. and he runs off. And you have to talk to him multiple other times. And eventually, he gets tired of running. And so he decides that he has to battle you in a Pokemon battle to get you to stop chasing him. You win the Pokemon battle, and he walks off. And be it a Pokemon game, when an NPC is moving around, you just have to let them walk off screen. And then you follow where he went, and Cynthia, the champion, is standing in front of the lake, along with two other dudes that are like, apparently there's a preservationist effort going on at the lake, so we're not allowed to let anybody in. And they're not even like Pokemon trainers. And you can't say anything to them to get them to move out of the way. Cynthia was there, and she's like, oh, I was hoping to do something at the lake, but these guys won't let us in. And apparently, nobody in the area had seen the guy with the bomb come through. And, and apparently, your character is a chronic mute and cannot communicate to anybody that a bomb is going to be detonated at the lake. And so you just have to kind of go somewhere else. Cynthia's like, hey, since you don't have anything better to do, can you deliver this to my grandma in this small town in the middle of nowhere? You know, you're just like, okay. And you just let this act of terrorism happen. There are police officers on, like, the route next door. Just on the other side of the town with the gym in it. And they obviously won't do anything if you go talk to them. You can't tell them that a bomb's about to be detonated at the lake. It's like a real CSGO moment, right? The terrorists have won. I mean, the members of Team Galactic are just kind of comically evil. They're like Team Rocket, right? It's just like their actions, at least Team Rocket's like, hey, we're here to make money. But these guys in Team Galactic are just like, nah, we're here to cause chaos. The Team Magma and Team Aqua, their goals weren't very well thought out, but like, I could see their line of reasoning, right? Like, they made some amount of sense. Team Galactic is just like, nah. So yeah, I don't think that Pearl Diamond have a good plot. Oh, and by the way, when I say Pearl Diamond, I'm not talking about the remakes. I'm playing the original DS titles on my first generation Nintendo DS. I had been playing it on my 3DS, but it felt like the game wasn't running properly on the 3DS. My friend was trying to tell me that the 3DS is only emulating normal DS hardware. It's not actually compatible. So that might be why. I don't know if that's true. I'm just taking his word for it. When I don't get forced to play all the hardest songs, I can actually get some full combos. How about that? I actually didn't see the difficulty of the song, so. It's kind of coming in kind of slow, though. I kind of fumbled there. It's kind of heavy. Yeah, but my current team, it's definitely got some weaknesses. I have all my Pokemon are just about level 30. I got a Drifblim, a Staravia, a Crobat, a Badoo that I just cannot seem to get to evolve because I need to play the game when it's actually daytime and I'm a nocturnal creature. So like, yeah, I have a level 30 Badoo. And I have a Bibarel. So that's like 3 flying Pokemon and 2 grass Pokemon. I'm gonna have a hard time when I have to get up to Snow Point. No! Well, that was embarrassing. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. That was my bad. It's hard to care once you've made a mistake like that, to be honest. The boss shows up, it's supposed to get harder. I suppose I got my wish. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I mean, I'm complaining about the plot, but I really like Pokemon Pearl. I had that game when I was in high school. Well, actually, I can't recall if it came out right before I got into high school or like right afterwards. So I remember in middle school I had no, wait. That would have been 6. So okay. I'm like just recalling my life history right now. I remember in 6th grade I was playing Emerald and I had mixed records with one of the popular students. And suddenly, almost all of the hidden bases in my Emerald game were occupied. Like, if you could get, like, viruses or STDs by game sharing with people, my copy of Emerald absolutely got it. Which I suppose this is a funny way to put that. I think how Pearl and Diamond decided to do secret bases is a lot better with their whole underground system. Like, I really enjoy digging for fossils. And, I hit the gear. I hit 2 gears. I remember, having my friends over and we would try stealing each other's flags from the bases. Oh, that is really hard. I would meticulously line up movement traps underground, so that I would chain like as many movement traps as because the game would limit you to how many traps you could have out at any one point, and I would put them in front of my friend's base. So as soon as they exited their base, they would trigger, and it would chain, like daisy chain, like 20 movement traps all at once. And while they're getting shuttled across the entire underground area, they can't do anything. They can't pause the game to just exit. They have to just wait for all the traps to stop activating, which was just an awful experience. Like, it would actually take your game hostage for like 3 minutes as it shuttles you across the underground area. Which is more than enough time to go in there and steal their flag. And since, the bases are all underground, you don't have to like worry about running out of places to make bases by sharing records, because again, sharing records didn't really exist in Gen 4. So they introduced actual like Wi-Fi play. I think I missed a music note. From my understanding, they brought the underground area back for the Gen 4 remakes on the Switch, but I just haven't played them. If it's not on a portable handheld system, specifically titled DS in some way, I am not interested in playing it as a Pokemon game. Like, I've heard that they've done some pretty good things with Arceus. It's just, I don't know how I feel about the whole 3D stuff. I mean, maybe that's not exactly fair. I think the 3DS Pokemon games are 3D. They didn't have the sprites, and 2 of the 3 of those that came out were good. I again shit on Sun and Moon, but X and Y were fine. As was the Gen 3 remakes. I'm kind of in an awkward spot with Pokemon though, on the DS systems at least. Because I can't transfer anything from the DS to the 3DS games until they make Pokebank free, which apparently they'll do at the end of March. Because the Gen 4 games are good, and so are the Gen 5, but I think the Gen 6 games are the best in terms of like overall mechanics and like getting the Pokemon trained and stuff. They have like XP All and the EV training arenas, where you just have to play some mini games and you can train their EVs. But I technically have like all the hardware I need to play Pokemon competitively. I have Leaf Green and Emerald and Sapphire, and I have a Game Boy Advance link cable. So I think I technically have access to all the Pokemon that came out between the beginning of the series and in what, Gen 5? No, Gen 6. Minus the, you know, the handful of event Pokemon. I'm not one to endorse cheating. I'm kind of hardcore. But for those event Pokemon, I do have an action replay. My combo! Ah, that's frustrating. Yeah, I remember way back in the day, I had a friend that had lent me an action replay. I could use it while I was at his place. And how the action replay worked for those systems back in the day is you'd plug it in, you'd activate the cheats, then you'd take it out and plug you'd plug the actual game cartridge in, and it would remember which cheats you'd activated somehow. And and so I just made sure to never turn it off. And I had that cheat where I could spawn Master Balls, and depending on how many Master Balls you had in your inventory, would force the encounter of specific Pokemon, so that I could go and catch every Pokemon and complete the national dex. And I could also use that to EV train, because Charizards drop like the most special attack value as an enemy encounter. So if I just went to the area where the wild Pokemon spawned at the highest level, and I just encountered Charizards, I could ensure that my Gardevoir would level up with as much special attack stat EVs as she possibly could. So it's like cheating, but also kind of legit, because I wasn't just hacking her stats, you know? Oh, that was tricky. I almost messed that up. Clean. Yeah, I was looking up how to get Ditto in Pearl, so that I could begin breeding for like natures and stuff. And it turns out a lot of these games make that very difficult to do. Like, they locked Ditto behind completing the National Pokédex, which is just kind of... It seems like a lot to ask for, to be honest. Hmm. There's a lot of gears on this level. I'm not sure how I feel about this level. I would say that it is not fun to play, nor does it tickle my musical interests. Yeah, I was looking at the YouTube screen. See if anybody was in chat, because I thought I saw something happen over there. That was an avoidable mistake. Ayah. Also, I was thoroughly surprised at how long it took to get from the second gym to the third gym in Pearl. Like, it felt like I went through a ton of the map before I could complete the next gym. And then, like, the gym after that completes pretty quickly. So in that terms, pacing seems a little awkward too. Also, as I was saying, that guy was going to detonate a bomb at the lake. Like, the game was blocked off to me until I talked to him. Because the only way to go at that point in the game is to talk to him and then get the medicine from Cynthia. So, like, I was just given, like, almost no direction as to, like, what to do to progress the game. Like, I have strength, but I can't use it outside of combat. So I couldn't push the boulders in Mount Cornet. Because, like, my thoughts had been, like, I'd already talked to that dude. But apparently it changes once you defeat the gym, so... So yeah, that was all kind of awkward for a Pokemon game, you know? Usually there's quite a bit more direction than that. I will also, I don't want to turn this whole thing into a complaint thing, but like, that song's awful. Yeah, it's on my favorites list, but it's hard. There's a route to the west of Wake's gym, the fourth gym, and it's got a bunch of police officers. All of them have a hoot hoot as their opener. Now, a hoot hoot's not particularly difficult, but like as I mentioned, my team is nothing but flying Pokemon and grass Pokemon, so like I didn't have anything for it other than my barrel with rollout. But I'm more complaining about like the idea that all of them would have a hoot hoot. Like, okay, you can only fight them at nighttime, sure, but like, so like they're gonna be like thematically, I suppose it makes sense, but I would have preferred to see some more variety. So you don't like to fight the same thing over and over and over and over again. As I play the same song over and over and over again until I beat. Well, it was more than that, because not only did they all have Hoot Hoots, their second Pokemon, like 2 or 3 of them, all had Meditite as their backup Pokemon. And I was one-shotting them, but like... I think if I could beat one of you, I could beat all of you. Ah, damn it. Missed the hammer. Okay, yeah, I probably wasn't going to get past the gears while maintaining my combo. Those gears are pretty tight. That's a fun song. That's actually pretty close to a high score. I haven't picked up Pokemon White in a hot minute. Like, I got distracted by the idea of playing Pearl. So I'm still, like, right outside of Clay's gym. I've already been to cold storage, but that's as far as I am. I think my highest level Pokemon in that right now is Throw. It's the I think it's red. It's like a red judo Pokemon. And you know, I'm pretty successful with it. You know, it's really strong for where it's at in the game. You can pick it up pretty early, right outside I think like the second gym, right? And it's nowhere close to being any one of my favorite Pokemon. Ah, that Gemini's difficult to hit. I won't do it again. One of the things about Pokemon games is that, like, obviously a lot of the Pokemon are locked to specific areas of the game, and it kind of feels bad to play with Pokemon that you don't really like. A couple of my favorite Pokemon in Pokemon White Gen 5 are the little Litwick, the little ghost candle Pokemon. And I really like Joltik. But I don't think I'm really close to either of them. Like, I have at least another... I have to beat Clay and do another, like, route and a half to get to them. But that's just so late into the game, you know, it becomes difficult to, in my opinion, to, like, you know, focus on training them. Plus, you've come so far already with the Pokemon in your current party, and it kind of feels wrong to leave them behind. Like I had, in my Pearl, A binary? I'd never trained a binary before. Generally, I don't really like normal types because they're kind of boring. She was doing well, but like I got the balloon Pokemon, and I'm like, oh, this is going to my party. I don't want to get rid of my starter, and I need the beaver. So it's like, and I like Crobat. It's just like in the Staravia, I could consider getting rid of it, but I think it's really cool. Like Staraptor is one of the coolest bird Pokemon. Like Gen 1ers out here being like, what are you talking about? Pidgeot's the coolest bird Pokemon. No, man. Staraptor, Talonflame, just to name a couple. Go, 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 baby, go, go, go. I looked away. Like, don't get me wrong, I am of the age in which most Gen 1ers reside. But I find the whole idea, oh, Gen 1 is the best Pokemon. No, it wasn't, bro. And like, I feel like Gen 2 kind of has a bad rap. Apparently it's got a pretty wonky progression, and I can attest to that. I recently played through a lot of Pokemon Crystal on the 3DS's downloadware, and I did fall off right after Lake of Rage. Because I got distracted with other things, I suppose. I've been busy. But I really like it. You know, there's a lot of really nice, cool Pokemon in that generation. But there's a couple of the complaints are that the gyms don't even use Gen 2 Pokemon. And, you know, that's fair. I think Gen 2 introduced, like, it was one of the gens with the least new Pokemon in it. If not the gen with the least new Pokemon. But like, and they complain about the Pokemon level scaling because you have to detour towards the lighthouse and then away from Mahogany Town. And so like the Pokemon levels and for XP and all that get pretty wonky. Damn it. And yeah, that is an issue, I suppose. But the thing I like about the game is its atmosphere. Like, it feels really, like, authentically, like, culturally, it's like kind of, maybe I'm not articulating this, like, it's really traditionally Japan, you know? All the architecture in the game has that, like, old aesthetic to it that makes it feel rural and traditional. there's a lot of really banger songs in that game. Like the soundtrack is like one of the best Pokemon soundtracks. Yeah, that I don't think that's even a hot take, but I honestly feel that way. Um, that gen introduced color, and that did a lot for the series, I think. Like back in the day, to like see a colored system on your handheld was big. Dude, I've almost dropped this so many okay, there we go. This beat's just a little too groovy for me. When hold notes get involved, that's where I fail. Alternating between 5s and 4s, huh? I went to Retro Gaming Expo, and I was able to pick up a copy of Pokemon Ultra Mystery Dungeon. The last Mystery Dungeon game I played was on the Game Boy Advance, Red Rescue Team, and I remember it being really good. So I have no idea how this 3DS version holds up to it. I haven't played it yet. I'm definitely the type to buy games and not play them. Perhaps once I beat these other handheld Pokemon games, I will give it a go. And you know, I'll happily take any advice for it when I start playing it, which I can't imagine being anytime soon, but it'll be something to talk about during streams, which I have a much easier time talking about anything when I'm playing MushDash, because the game's just kind of not something I have to focus too much on. Like when I'm playing Noita, the game requires a lot of my attention, because any small mistake can just end your run immediately. And I'd rather not make mistakes. I mean, I'd rather not make mistakes while playing this either, but the consequences are just not significant enough to worry about. If I miss a note, you know, big deal, I don't get my full combo. I get hit by a projectile in Noita, could be the end of the run. I'm not sure the Noita videos are getting any views anyway, so I might just delete them. It's not content that I feel particularly good about, I suppose. Whereas, when I actually get around to talking, like I am in this stream, like, you know, that's what I should be doing during those Noita streams. I mean, it's not like I'm staying exactly silent. I'm trying to comment on what I'm doing, but it's not as entertaining as telling stories or talking about what's going on. That's going to be another full combo. Yep. Get a score above 170,000. It's only a 7. That's probably why I didn't play it. This is kind of hard. I mean, not like difficult, but like it's going kind of hard. Ah. This song sounds like it could be like in a JRPG. Not a boss fight, but like maybe a badass character enters the scene. Alright. Not a full combo though. I had a full combo on the song, but not a personal best of this score, so that's a little interesting. Okay, I don't have a full combo here. Plucky race? So I'm not expecting to get one now. Oh crap, the sun's up. I heard the garbage truck outside. If I didn't mess up at the beginning, I'm kind of feeling like I could full combo this one. Unless it gets like really crazy here or something. Wow. I kind of want to give this one another go and just kind of grind out the beginning. Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, no, it definitely gets a little harder. achieve S twice. Oh, still an S. Not upset. Okay, I don't have a full combo here, but I've also only ever cleared the song once, so it's probably not too hard. Pouring myself some sake. Just a small amount. Something to sip on. Ah, I hate those. Okay, so I don't know if anybody caught what just happened there, but it was spawning down notes while you were supposed to hold the down key. That is extremely difficult to deal with. I will give it one more try, but I am not expecting to beat that part. Ah, okay, well, I kind of beat that part, but I dropped the top note. You know, I like the cut of this song's jib, you know? And I don't think it's on my favorites list. Wow, I just let a normal note get by me. Okay. Yeah, I like this a lot. Oh, God. That's so hard. Yeah, I believe that with a lot of practice I could probably full combo this. Like, it doesn't seem beyond my skill level, it's just tricky. As for this particular run, I think I might have missed around like 20 notes. Which is too much to rightfully excuse. Yeah, I missed 16. New best by a lot. I'll take a sip. Ooh, fancy night. I currently have Gekikan Sake, USA, from California. Its alcohol contents are 15.6% by volume. This is a 750 milliliter bottle that has been opened prior to tonight. Sake maintains its quality for a very long time after it's been opened, so I'm not concerned about that. See, a lot of people think that it's like a one-to-one with wine, but it is not. Sake is made with polished rice, whereas wine is made out of berries, which obviously can mold and spoil. I'm not big on drinking wines. Last Christmas, my grandpa pulled out some really old red wine from Germany that he had stored away for the last forever, and it was pretty good. But like, wine isn't my typical go-to. I think the bottle might have been like 50 years old, and he just had it like sitting out in the garage or something. Which, you know, I appreciate him pulling it out. It was good. It was a good taste, nice flavor, earthy. He was saying that he also has a bottle from as like a wedding present from, but it was like homemade red wine. And who knows how much of an expert his friend that had gifted it to him was in their winemaking process. So drinking that at this point might be actual poison. Ah. Yeah, I just don't care anymore. It's a song that I don't care for, and it's kicking my ass. Man, it's just so disheartening. This song's on my favorites list, so I expect some good results out of it. I really like this lo-fi aesthetic. Like, I currently have my RGB keyboard lighting up pink. So, you know, I kind of like pink as a color. I wouldn't say it's my favorite color by any stretch, but it is a nice color. And this is like a pink and cyan. They should definitely complement each other. I almost dropped it. I would have been sad. There we go. Another full combo to add to my roster. New best. I'll take a sip to that. That's a reference to Eric Andre. He was going around town asking people weird questions with a bottle of bleach in his hands. And whenever they would answer his questions, he'd be like, I'll take a drink to that. Okay. If you know what this is, that dates you. It was by no means the first viral YouTube video, but it was prolific. I remember once around like when Minecraft was still new. I was playing Feed the Beast back in like 2012, and Minecraft had only come out in like 2011. That's actually kind of awkward. To get on with the story, the Minecraft Feed the Beast clients would often display things other than just like the Minecraft background. And there's one time I had logged into Minecraft to play, and there's just Nyan Cat in the background on the Minecraft client. And I was just like, what? Why? I mean, even at that point, Nyan Cat was kind of old. So to see it in this game is kind of just like, why is it here? I mean, I'm pretty sure this game's from like 2019 or maybe 2017. I can't recall when this game came out, but like, this is much too old to be referencing Nyan Cat. Much too old indeed. Or I maybe said that a bit backwards. Nyan Cat's much too old to be referenced in such a new game. I do think that it was kind of neat how that last stage was like changing its aesthetic though. I kind of like this so far. Too much auto-tune. Yeah, I definitely don't care for auto-tune. Like, when it comes to like music, I prefer some authentic stuff. Like, I really like to listen to Gura do karaoke. Her voice is heavenly. And no, that's not me coming from like a simping perspective. Like, I've given her maybe like $5 because I became a member back when she debuted because she was going to watch The Thing as a members collab, which is my favorite movie, and I wanted to see her reaction to it. And then I made sure to cancel my subscription afterward. Oh, that was a weird audio effect. They have it bouncing between my headsets. So like, she's great. I want to catch her every time she does karaoke. There's a really good YouTube channel that catalogs all of her karaoke attempts. It's called PTSD Shrimp. This song's really hard. I remember it being hard. I think I gave up. I didn't see the difficulty. If the difficulty's only at 8, then I'm a little like, why? But this kind of reminds me of Marine. Ahoy! I like Marine a lot too. She does some really experimental songs. for her originals, and I appreciate it. Unlike some of the other Hololive talents, she's probably more my age. Based on the fact that she was playing eroges. And, you know, the ones that she's played have kind of dated her to be more than 17 Season 2, that she claims. You know, this is pretty fun. And it by no means seems too hard. I'll add this to my favorites after this. I was actually watching VTubers and Hololive content before EN launched. My main fling was Korone. I'll still watch Korone and Hachima, Marine, and Okayu occasionally when they're doing something that interests me. Oh, that was tragic. I couldn't avoid the gear because I had to hit the boss. That sounds exactly like something Marine would do. Yeah, let's add that to my likes. Can I friend you on Bassbook? Basebook? Basebook. It's not a fish. Yeah, I remember back when I first started security, I had a job in which I was dedicated, and I could sit in my car and watch YouTube videos so long as I was paying attention to what was going on around me. And Korone was playing Battletoads. And Battletoads is an infamous game. And I had actually never watched gameplay of it. And watching her play, yeah, it looked bullshit. Some of the levels required like pixel perfect navigation of these levels. And it just kind of overall looked like an awful experience. But Korone is such a hardcore gamer that like every time she would die and get a game over and have to restart to the beginning of the game, she would just go back in again. So I have endless respect for her. I also watched her play live almost the entirety of Atlantis no Nazu, or Journey to Atlantis, which is some like old NES original, or DOS original. I'm not sure exactly how old the game is, but it is old. And yeah, no. She played that for almost like 24 hours straight. And it again looked like an awful experience. With like obscure shortcuts and just like... I'm pretty sure Atlantis no Nazu is one of the things that Angry Video Game Nerd was making fun of when he was describing the worst possible game. Because like, you can pick up this projectile weapon that shoots a rock, but it arcs over every enemy that's right in front of you, and it doesn't go far enough to hit the things that are like on the edge of the screen. So its utility is like almost completely useless. That might be a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde reference, though. I can't recall. Angry Video Game Nerd brings me back. I remember watching all of his videos in the day. Like there's that bit where he puts on a fake butt and takes a big pudding dump on Bugs Bunny. Like he was back when you could do anything on YouTube. Like oh, and then Filthy Frank was like his predecessor. Ah, Filthy Frank. You know, my little brother assures me that some people that follow Joji don't know that he's associated with Filthy Frank. They don't know that Filthy Frank is a thing. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Like Filthy Frank was a king. I think one of my favorite of his videos is the SoundCloud rappers, where he's making fun of artists that are like, "Oh yeah, you should check out my fire mixtape. I got it published on SoundCloud." Like that's an accomplishment. He was treating the SoundCloud rappers like they were like a contagious epidemic, like they were like a drug paraphernalia. These mixtapes. His friend would walk in, and he'd be like, "Oh, you're publishing mixtapes? I gotta put you down." And he just like opens fire on his friend. It's like, "Oh, what you say?" In like slow-mo. As he's just emptying like clip after clip on his friend for being a contaminated SoundCloud rapper. Other Filthy Frank content that I really enjoyed was the Pimp My Ride parody, Pimp My Wheelchair, where he took some awkward disabled black kid's wheelchair from him. And he's like, "Frank, I need my wheelchair back, bro." And he's like, no, it's better now, it's better now. And he gave it like pedals, like a gas pedal. It's like, "Bro, I can't use my feet." And he's like, "Oh, you're complaining about everything." Oh man. The Rat Cook episode, where he's like going around and finding dead rats on the street and like tricking this midget to eat them. Is midget an offensive word nowadays? I mean, I don't really give a shit, but like, it's not a word you hear very often. Oh god, the tempo's changing. Oh, double notes. This song's a little harder than it appeared to be at first. I want to say that Filthy Frank's channel started to hit like bottom of the barrel stuff when he started collaborating with How to Basic. Like they had that they had an episode where they made a cake out of like body parts, like loose hair and snot. Then there's another one where they just made it out of vomit. It just everybody was just throwing up the whole video. It was actually like horror content. Like if you could watch that and not feel sick, like you're probably not a human being. restarting that. That felt bad. Uh, dude, yeah, so many of his videos are really good, especially his music. Back in the day, like I still like his Pink Guy album and songs from it, and his other Pink Guy related songs. Animal Lover. I know a guy that knows a guy. I get him like that. He's talking about like his rare endangered species, like animal pelts. Okay, yeah, this part's really tricky. Ah. Kind of want to quit out of this song, because my score is going to be like a B. And frankly, as I've said before, B in this game means bad. If you're getting a B, you might as well have just failed out of the level. An A. A new best. Feels bad. I'll take a sip to that. I like this song. I really like all the songs by this artist in this game. Her kind of nasally pitch. So there. Ooh, that was close. I think we're gonna have another aggressive burst. No, I hit a gear. I think I've hit like 3 gears at this point. That's probably a personal best, though. Yeah. It's a fun song. It's pretty hard. I'm gonna pour another bowl of sake. I gotta take the lid off first. Never have an open bottle next to you on your bed. Oh yeah, I stream on my bed. That might sound really lazy, but I'm like a good 3.5 feet away from my computer monitors. I have a big art notepad, a big art book that I have a mouse pad on. And I play just about completely reclined. Super comfortable. So if anybody ever is like, you're up so late, you should go to bed. He's like, already in bed. I have a feeling I'll full combo this one. And no, I don't believe in jinxing myself. You know, I kind of like the, I kind of like this. It's too easy, but it sounds nice. I actually almost missed a note there. Wow, what a long trail out. Alright, another full combo mark. Knock back all bigs perfectly. Okay. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I don't have a score here. Interesting. Yeah, so I have a 2-monitor setup. And it's on one of them IKEA 2x4 bookshelves. And I have my desktop tower. Ooh, this is fucking tricky. I have my desktop tower to the right of them all. And I have a small flat screen TV on top of my desktop tower that I have my retro gaming systems plugged into. And then there's cables are being intercepted by a video capture card. No! I got pretty far without dropping the combo. Oh! That's disorienting. Yeah, this is awful. Fun, but definitely awful. I need to play this one a lot to not mess this up. Was this a 10? Those are pretty tricky patterns. The Sweet Witch Girl has a bunch of them that make it really hard to full combo. See, a lot of this game is pattern recognition. There's only so many different combinations of way that the notes can spawn in. And so like when you have to hit an up hold note and tap two down notes and then alternate that back and forth, like if you expect it, you can definitely manage doing that. If it throws things in between doing those types of patterns, it can get particularly tricky. I don't like that type of thing, but I can do it on some songs. I wasn't expecting it really on that song, so like it's something you need to practice, and I'm not the most practiced at that type of pattern. Like when it comes to like 3 ups, 3 downs, 3 ups, 3 downs, like right there. Like that type of stuff's easy. Like, don't even gotta think about it. I didn't need to drop that. You know, honestly, I thought I've ranked up more full combos than I have currently. I'm a little disappointed, but I haven't been playing very well. The music's good, and hopefully I've been being somewhat entertaining in the topics that I've been talking about. I've been bringing up some old school stuff, to be honest. Yeah, back on the topic of my setup, I have a Super Nintendo and an N64, a GameCube, a Wii, a Wii U, and a PlayStation 2, and a Switch. So I could technically stream any games that I have for any of those systems and play them in my bedroom on my TV while keeping up with like what's going on with the rest of everything else. And I definitely look forward to doing some of that. I'm not sure which games I should stream though. You know, I really like Fortune Street, but I think that would be pretty awful to stream. That's definitely a party game. I wanna do that if I have company. Then again, if I have company, I'm probably not going to be streaming, to be honest. So I'm not sure when a good opportunity for that would be. But it's a game that I feel like nobody really knows about. It's an obscure little Square Enix? I think it was Square and Nintendo. I think Square does the Dragon Quest games, right? Dude, I'm getting beat up. Okay, now that I know what to expect here, I can probably hit them. Anyway, yeah, the game has all like the typical Mario Party characters. And it also has some of the popular characters from the Dragon Quest games. That was clean, but I missed the hold note at the beginning, so now it feels bad. But yeah, the game is kind of like Monopoly. Wow, that was unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie to myself and say now it wasn't my fault that the song's not full comboed, but it still is. The idea popped into my head. Anyway, Fortune Street, for those that don't know it, is a game where you walk around the board and buy properties, and you can invest your money in the properties to make them cost more for other players that happen to land on them. And you have to go around basically the whole board in most cases to get your promotions, which your promotions come with a pay packet. So unlike Monopoly, the boards aren't just simple squares, and there are some branching paths that so you can choose, kind of like when you come to the fork in the road, whether you want to go left or right. And if going left would land on like one of the most expensive properties on the board, you could go right instead. Now the issue is that you don't just get your go money for free. You need to trade in 4 suits: heart, spade, club, and diamond, that you can collect when you're moving around the board. They're on different parts of the board, so you're going to need to go through each area eventually, but you can have kind of like say about when you go to each area. So it adds the nuance of like choosing your pathway, which I appreciate a lot, because Monopoly is just straight luck, right? The game is technically kind of like determined entirely by dice, whereas Fortune Street, it gives you the agency of choosing which direction you want to go in some cases. What also makes Fortune Street a much more complex game is that you have the stock market. So you can invest your money at the bank in districts. So what this equates to is like, you know, all the orange properties in Monopoly and all the green properties and whatever, right? The more properties you have in a district, the higher value they all are, because they have like a synergy bonus. And that kicks in before you even enhance your properties at all. You have 2 of the same, both of their value go up when your opponent lands on them. But when you go to the bank, you can invest your money on districts. And so when somebody buys a motel on one of the properties they own that is in that district that you've bought into, it increases the value of the stock. So if you are behind in terms of like you just don't have any properties, if you can invest your money in your opponent's properties, you get money when they make their properties cost more to land on, and you get kickbacks when anybody else lands on that property because you have stock there. And having a bunch of stock in a property discourages the opponent from upgrading their properties, because you'll get that kickback. I'll take a sip. I'll mark a full combo. And yeah, you know, like, this is a much more complex game overall than Monopoly could ever hope to be. What is this? This is groovy. Oh, I think, is this? No, it's too short to be the song I'm thinking of. Blind hits are scary. Oh man, that was close. Dun dun dun. Alright. That's another full combo for the counter. No? What did I miss? I missed a note? Okay. That's extremely disappointing. That was a 9. That didn't feel like a 9. I'll definitely play it again. Let's take a sip. I like this song. Wait, I don't think I already played this one tonight, did I? If Shuffle puts 2 of the same song in one sitting, that's its problem. No! Two. That was going so well, too. 3? I think that makes like 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn, that was disappointing. Oh, 9. I actually missed 9. I miscounted. I missed one of the notes that I missed. I don't have a full combo. This is an 8. I have a chance here. Ooh. Other games that I got that I have an interest in replaying at some point. Twilight Princess for the Wii. Like, last time I played that was unironically around the time the game came out for the first time. I want to see if it holds up. I just wasn't thinking. Other fun things that I could play is Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. Okay, I got a funny one with this, right? I would go and spend Saturday nights at my grandma's house, so my parents could go and do things that they wanted to do. And oh yeah, as a kid, my best friend lived right across the street from my grandma. And we would usually spend like all of Saturday night and day together. And he was the one that had a Wii, so he had Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. And it was one of those games that we would like take turns at, because it's one player, unless you're playing like the crappy little mini games. And the game was just stupid. The entire thing operates on the crappy Wii motion controls, where you have to tilt the controller in the direction that you want the entire world to tilt. And you're a little character in a ball, and you have to roll to the goal without falling off the stage. And some of these levels in the later part of the game get ridiculous. Oh no! Anyway, now that I don't care about this run, I remember there's, and my friend usually was not available Sunday mornings. For whatever reason, his mom just wanted his attention on Sunday mornings. And, so when I would get back from church, I would always go and just see if I could get him for Sunday. And it was usually a no. But I remember one time I was over, and he called me. He's like, "Hey, you gotta come over. This is important." I'm like, "Why? What's going on?" He's like, "I'm on the final level of Monkey Ball Banana Blitz." And I was like, "Oh shit, I'll be right over." I like threw on my shoes and just ran over. and I watched him beat this level. That was just absolute BS. Yeah, when it came to video games, I was always better than my friend. More gaming intuition, more skill expression, etc. I remember one time he was stuck on the Wii Metroid game. I don't remember which one that one is called. And I walked around the map for a little bit, trying to figure out like where he should be going. And I was like, "Jay, that ground over there, it's a different color. You should bomb it." And he's like, "Oh, okay." and he bombed it, and it was the secret passageway that you need like more fall through. I don't have that game, so I can't give that a go, but I do have Metroid Prime on the GameCube. But personally, I have my doubts that it aged well. I never actually played it. It was a game I had on the GameCube and just couldn't get into, even back then. I've always preferred like platformers, like my Marios. No! I can't fail this song. This is one of my favorite songs in the entire game. Well, you get to hear most of it again. I always phrase that as something positive. You get to, not you have to. Language, man. Think about how you're using it. Oh yeah, man. That brings me back to another thing. I remember when Brawl just came out, and he had called me over. He's He's like, yo, I just got Brawl, the new Smash game. Because obviously we had grown up playing Melee. I had an N64, and I think he also did, but neither of us had Smash for the 64. So I have no nostalgia for it. Anyway, we couldn't decide which level to play for the first time we would ever fight each other in Brawl. So we put it to Shuffle, and we got the Mario Circuit level. Other than like Minecraft and Terraria, I'd say I probably have, like, Brawl would be up there in like total playtime. Like as one of my most played games. Obviously I also got like Tabletop Simulator, Factorio, and Civilization 5 to compete with it at this point. But back then, Brawl was definitely one of my most played games of all time. And to this day, I consider myself pretty good at Smash Ultimate. I have Smash 4, but it did not get a lot of play, as Wii U and 3DS consoles just were not that popular relative to all the other Nintendo systems out there. A full combo. Yeah, I'll take a sip. Add to my list. My mains in Ultimate are Zelda, King DDD, Piranha Plant, and Kirby. I'd say those are my 4 go-tos. If I have like an off pick, it would be Lucas. I don't feel comfortable really playing anybody else. I have a little bit of experience with Peach, but definitely my main is Zelda. Oh, I've done some Sheik before, but Sheik is kind of too fast to be considered wieldy. I kind of prefer the heavier characters like DDD. Yeah, when Brawl came out and I had my own Wii, that was like the time in which I was in high school and I would have people over for like pizza parties and stuff. Like we'd go to like Little Caesars and get like 2 or 3 pizzas and just spend all night playing it. There's this level that I made in the level editor with no more than 6 falling blocks, and the only proper way to play that level was with items on high, all items, and in the items they would spawn on the blocks and trigger them to fall. So like the entire point of the level was just try not to fall off of it, and I'd be like, all Kirby, falling blocks level, go. We would try to suck each other up and jump off the stage, or it purposely triggered blocks to fall so that the other players wouldn't have anywhere to stand. My self-destruct score in that game was just immense. I don't know if it was just me being unlucky or me being like the host of the game, therefore like, you know, what's that, exposure bias, but in the like hundreds of hours that I had on it, I had hundreds of self-destructs where, like, you know, you would just attack a capsule and a bomb would be inside. Or like just you're winding up a smash and a bomb would just fall right in front of you for no reason. Like that would just happen so much. Computer Music Girl 7 with no score. Time to full clear on my first try. Hey DJ. I was trying to think like if her voice reminds me of anybody. I can't really say that it does. Like one of the things that I really like about Korone is her old-fashioned dialect. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't speak Japanese, nor do I really understand. I can pick up some words and phrases, but she just sounds really unique compared to like anybody else that you can listen to. I think it's the enunciation or the pitch that she puts to the words that she's saying. Because from my understanding, Japanese is a language that doesn't shift in pitch much. And she will gladly shift in pitch for like every syllable. And it just makes listening to her kind of like a verbal ear like roller coaster. Okayu's one of my favorite JPs because she's just so cozy. Just listening to her talk is just relaxing. Her laughs are soothing. Like one of the things I will admit to is I'm a little self-conscious about how I sound currently. I mean, I don't think that it's bad, but nobody really likes how they sound, right? I am not immune to that. Apparently Okayu is also self-conscious about how she sounds. So it's just something you gotta work on, I suppose. Confidence. Oh god. Just dropped me right in, didn't it? Well, so far so good. Oh, I almost missed that there were two on the bottom. No. Ah. I just got behind on the beat. Yeah, this one's hard. I kind of also feel like I've never heard it before. It's not on my favorites list, so I definitely can't say that I'm familiar with it. That last bit kind of sounded like what a traditional music song, like a courtroom, like after the commercial break, we'll be back to Judge Judy or something. Oh, that's something. Judge Judy, some good stuff. I was at my grandparents' a few weeks ago. I go over there to do my laundry, and Grandma usually treats me to some food. And she likes the company. I like to go over there because I like the company too. She's usually got a puzzle we can work on when I'm over there. I like doing jigsaw puzzles. And Grandpa's in the other room, listening to TV loudly, because his hearing isn't so good. And Judge Judy was on the TV, and just the most ridiculous court cases were happening. Like some dude was hit a biker. Because he was making a right turn somewhere where he shouldn't have been making a right turn. But it was also like not an appropriate bike lane. So he was saying that like he shouldn't be sued in the civil case because the biker shouldn't have been where he was. But like simultaneously, he shouldn't have been making the turn that he was making. It's like, oh man, that sucks to suck. Speaking of car things, last weekend I had to take my car in for DEQ, but also the maintenance light was on and I needed to get oil and tune up some other things, like my filters were disgusting. That was a hefty amount of money out of my pocketbook, I'll tell you that. I didn't apparently have any issues. I haven't had my car looked at in over a year. And in terms of like actual issues, I didn't have anything to worry about. Last Mother's Day, I had hit somebody was tailgating me, right? And the road was slick because it had been raining. And I was on my way to my aunt and uncle's house to celebrate Mother's Day with my family because they would all be over there. And I hit a corner too fast because this dude was tailgating me. And I actually spun off the road. And fortunately, it was in a fairly rural area. And I just skid through mud. I almost hit a fence. I came within like 3 inches of hitting a fence. But my car apparently wasn't damaged at all. But I was thoroughly stuck in the mud. And my uncle and my dad had to come from where I was heading to and tow me out with some chains. And yeah, it was. I don't know if you guys remember your dreams. I remember my dreams all the time, and I often have dreams in which, okay, maybe not often, but like I've had dreams before where similar things have happened, where like you go like off the freeway overpass like you do in a Grand Theft Auto game to do a trick jump, crap like that, right? That moment in which I was actually spinning off the road, the idea popped through my head, am I actually dreaming right now? Like, the sensation was like that, right? Where I wasn't sure if I was actually awake for a moment. Oh, there's no way I'm gonna full combo this song. I shouldn't have even reset. My apologies. This song is way too hard. Here it comes. Yeah, I didn't think I'd do it. Yeah, I played this song last time I played MushDash live. It kicks my butt every time. Yeah, when it comes to dreams, I find it a fascinating topic of conversation. I'm one of those people that remembers their dreams almost every night. Like, I dream every time I sleep, and I remember what I was dreaming of, I'd say like 90% of the time. As for like agency in dreams, I'd say I have like agency in my dreams, like maybe 20% of the time. Like, sometimes it just feels like things are happening around me and not like, I got no say about it. Sometimes, like, I sometimes notice that, like, I am in a dream and I suddenly have abilities to do, like, almost whatever I want. I say almost because it's by no means a sure thing. This song's kind of intense. I'd say that often my dreams are more negative. And uncomfortable. I'm not sure I would go as far as to call them nightmares, but perhaps I am a tad desensitized to them. Were there two notes on top of each other there, but the other ones are ghosts? No! Oh, that's unfair. Damn it. Collect on. Yeah, I'll give that a like. I'll definitely play it again. A lot of my dreams take place in a school building. I guess apparently I have a lot of school-related trauma that I haven't particularly worked through. But there have been a couple of times in which, during my dream, like, the teacher says something idiotic, and I just start arguing with them, like, in front of the class. And there have been a couple of times in which, during the dream, I've been like, wait, I'm not in school anymore. I don't have to deal with this. And I've just like walked out of the building, or tried to. And that's when things start to get really weird. It's like, no, no, no. You can't just leave this place. And suddenly, like, the hallways turn into these labyrinths that are inescapable. Or, like, dreams in which you're trying to find your locker. Or... or, like, it's like the first day of the new period, and you don't know where your new classrooms are supposed to be, and you don't have your sheet that tells you which classrooms to be at and when. And so you're just kind of like wandering the halls, knowing that you're late, and you're trying to figure out where you're supposed to be. If anybody knows what that means in terms of like dream stuff, please let me know. Also, I'd say that my most common ways of dying in dreams, which happens quite a bit, are either like drowning or falling. I'm not particularly scared of either, IRL. Like, I enjoy climbing things. Like, I would climb trees when I was little. I enjoy climbing things, even to this day. I've done rock walls a few times. That's fun. As for drowning, I am a proficient swimmer. I can, back in high school at least, I was able to swim from one side of the pool, the gym pool, like not gym, but like my high school had a full-sized pool, right? And I could swim lengthwise underwater the entire time while just holding my breath and never coming up for air. Like, I'm a proficient swimmer. So, like, I don't know why, like, I'd be drowning in my dreams. Although, I can't say that that happens a lot. Like, I suppose it's happened a few times. What I find more interesting than that, though, is, I have the sensation that my dreams take place in, like, a dreamscape with a consistent layout, like, geographically, of, like, buildings in environments. Like, I remember this one dream where, the building I was in was being besieged by zombies. And I think I realized that, like, it's a dream, in that dream in particular. And so I just flew away. And my perspective of everything as I flew away, like looking back down at the ground, was like, hey, this over there is where this dream took place. And over there is where that other dream that you had before took place. And like I was like looking down at like essentially like previous dream areas. And I was able to like fly down to one that I had had before. After that, like I thoroughly believe that everything's connected, like this dream topography. So like at some point you should try to map out where you think everything is relative to each other. It's at least an interesting thought experiment. And I hope that this isn't like a serial killer flag or something. That would be bad to hear. sometimes I have these dreams where like I'm going around attacking people. Like there's this weapon in Turok 2, which is an old N64 game called the Talon. Essentially, it's like a leather glove with Wolverine claws coming out of it. And I was going around attacking people that I knew. And this isn't something that I would consciously choose to go and do, but a lot of the time when I'm dreaming, I'm a spectator in my body. So I was in the perspective of myself or someone else that was attacking like my friends and family members with this claw, just disemboweling them. Sometimes I am merely witness to this, sometimes I am the one doing it. I don't know what to say about that other than like, I don't like those dreams. I don't want to do that to anybody. You know, I'm a fairly non-aggressive person. I believe in the non-aggression principle, generally speaking. So it's like, I don't know what those are about. It's very violent, grotesque, gory. Sometimes I think that's like maybe like a primal thought. Back when we were all gorillas. I mean, Homo sapiens eradicated the I forget what they're called. Homo erectus? Not necessarily our ancestors, but what we split off from. Like, there aren't any more of them left, right? Ah, come on. Gonna hit me with those double notes like that? Those are... So surely there was a time of mass violence for our species. You know, I actually was having these really bad dreams. I would actually call these nightmares. I haven't had one since I talked about it with my closest friends. Basically, I was having these nightmares where I would experience these creatures that were trying to abduct me. And they looked like normal people. They were indistinguishable from normal people. And other people in my dreams didn't acknowledge them as being different from them. But I could tell the difference. These people... These things that looked like people is the better way to describe it, which is actually a really good descriptor. These things that looked like people. Like, that is a good sentence or a good descriptor for like a horror novel. They never made any noise. tell that something was wrong with them. I could tell that they weren't with people, but nobody else could. And they would do what they could to try to, like, take me places. Like, they would try to kidnap me, essentially, I suppose is the best way to describe it. And in real life, I am in the habit of carrying a knife on me. Ah, damn it. So, when push comes to shove in a dream, I do often have my, available to me a knife. And there have been occasions in which, in self-defense, I have stabbed these creatures that look like people. And they recoil, not in pain, but in offense. They don't even seem to be injured by being stabbed. They almost look more like, you would do that to me? I'm like, no, I'm not going wherever you want to take me. Like, they're extremely creepy. It's really unsettling. And so like in self-defense, I would stab them, and they would be like, "How could you?" And sometimes I would stab them in public places where other people would be able to see, like, "Oh, crap, this thing's not normal." And I wouldn't usually get the reaction that I'd want, but so long as I was in a public place, it would back off. It would realize, like, it's been exposed, and it would retreat. And this is kind of like that John Carpenter movie, Into the Mouth of Madness. But for a while, for some reason, in my head, I had it like that if I were to actually tell anybody about this, it would make them more real. It was to the point in which I was so sick of dealing with these entities in my dreams that I was contemplating just letting them take me wherever it is that they wanted to take me. And one of my friends was like, no, don't let them do that. Damn it, that was so good! It was probably a good call on his behalf, but I actually haven't encountered any of them since I told my friends about these creatures. Like, I do believe in, like, DMT entities. And if you have no idea what those are, you should, like, listen to Alex Jones on the Joe Rogan podcast. So if people take ayahuasca, which is this DMT-inducing drug that was, like, made illegal in, like, Egyptian times because of its psychedelic properties, people claim to have been taken to, like, another world, and they are able to communicate with these otherworldly entities that, like, want to share secrets and information with them if they, like, agree to some type of contract. It really sounds demonic. Like, this is some real demonic stuff, right? And and the thing is, every time you go to sleep, your brain releases some DMT, which is the same chemical that these ayahuasca trip creatures are interacted when you take them. Another thing about ayahuasca and DMT is that it is called the God drug, because people that have experiences when on extreme levels of DMT equate their experiences to that of religious experience. Like, they think that they are talking to God or some otherworldly creatures, and that your brain releases DMT when you sleep, and you experience these things when you take DMT. Kind of makes it all a little too real, you know? Perhaps part of the contract they want you to sign is some contract of secrecy. So I told people that I was being contacted by these things. I stopped getting contacted by them, assuming that they're real. Like, you know, but there has to be some merit to this argument, because, like, this is some scientific stuff. There have been experiments where people in the same room do extended DMT states, and they all experience the same thing simultaneously. And if it is all just in your head, how is that working? But if it actually taps you into like another plane of reality, that would make more sense, despite it being more science fiction sounding initially. I'll take it. So yeah, you know, don't make any deals with the entities that you experience in your dreams. Don't let them take you away. Don't go into their world. I had another really uncomfortable experience, and this may or may not have been influenced by the anime Denao Coil, which is a really good slow burn anime. Like, if you want a slice of life that is also like low-key horror, I would recommend it full-heartedly. But I had a dream in which the world was ending, and I drove out to an area that was basically the desert. Some rural place with like cracked earth where nothing was growing, and like storm clouds were rolling in, and I knew I couldn't stay there. And in front of me, a keyhole-shaped portal of nothing but shadow opened in front of me, a good like 12 feet tall. I walked through the keyhole-shaped shadow and was brought into an area that could only be described as a crypt of some sort. And I explored the crypt, and as I was looking around, I had the impression that my time there was limited, that the exit behind me, the entrance that I had taken to get into the area, was shrinking. So I desperately tried to get back out, and I think I did. And I woke up with the impression that if I couldn't have found my way out, that I wouldn't have woken up. Dude, waking impressions are another really creepy thing, right? Oh, that was another full combo, wasn't it? Let's make a mark real quick. I'm too engrossed in my own story. There's another case of being enraptured in my dream. There's a time in which, in my dream, I had to make a choice to some creepy creature between my hearing or my voice. I could only keep one of the two. And I woke up with actual sensory deprivation. Like, I was experiencing the sensation of not being able to be fully aware of my surroundings. I think I had, like, I wasn't hearing anything out of my left ear. Or at least I had the impression that I wasn't. I very well could have been, but there wasn't a whole lot to hear because, you know, it was late at night. But, like, I was in a position which I actually thought that I had lost something. And that's really unnerving. Okay, that was tricky there. I'm surprised I didn't just mess it up. It had you hit doubles. No! There's I remember some of the dreams that I had as a child. Like, I was like 6 or 7, maybe 8 years old. Like, I remember some of these dreams. And that might seem excessive, but I suppose, like, I just don't really forget things. My memory is like almost like a steel cage, I suppose. But like, I download images that I like online. It is surprising how few duplicates I have. I'll remember if I've seen an image. But there's this one dream I had as a kid. My little brother would have been like 4 or 5 at the time, which puts me at about like 11, I think, 11 or 12. And I had this dream in which I was in a volcano. The volcano had like these rocky cliff parts that you could stand on, and there's like a rope and wooden bridge that you could walk across the center of the volcano on. It's honestly pretty cartoonish, but I remember the first time I had this dream in which I was here, in that location. I had started across the bridge, and my child little brother appeared behind me while I was on the bridge and started being ruckus. That's the best word to describe it. He was like jumping and pulling and tugging at this shaky looking wood bridge. Rope and wood bridge. And the thing collapsed when we both fell to our deaths into the lava pit. And and so I'm just like, alright, so that happened, right? And like months later, I have the same dream again. And like basically exactly the same thing happens. The third time that the dream happens, in the dream I recall, I've been here before, I've done this. I turn around and I specifically look him in the face because he's behind me, and I tell him, you had better do not come onto this bridge until I'm all the way across. And so I start across the bridge, and the same thing happens. The fourth time I had it, which at this point, like, I'm in high school, okay? Like, years have passed since I've had this dream previously, but I remembered that I had it while I am dreaming. And I look behind me and I tell him to go first. And then I take the knife that I carry around with me and I cut the bridge while he is out on the bridge. I woke up from that dream and I gave myself a fist bump. I'm just like, or a fist pump. I'm like, yes, I did it. I made it out. Because he fell to his death and I didn't. I just like woke up immediately afterward anyway. I've never had the dream since. It was like it was a puzzle for me to solve. There's some ghosts on the stage that are tricky. I don't want to mess with the full combo, so I'm gonna focus. No! No! Did I do this one already tonight? 'Cause that felt really familiar. A gross gear that didn't deserve to be there and ruined my full combo out of nowhere. That is disappointing. But yeah, you know, what's not disappointing is having uncomfortable dreams that you have multiple times and you quote unquote solve the dream by doing something different in it and never having it again. Anybody watching, put a comment in the down below if you think that immoral behavior is appropriate or not appropriate when you know you're dreaming. Obviously some crazy and inappropriate things happen in my dreams, and you know, I don't want to get into too much detail about it. Sometimes when I know that I'm dreaming, I'll just do whatever the hell I want, because I'm like, oh, there's no consequences here. And maybe part of that is like why my dreamscape is generally so uncomfortable and messed up. I don't know. I remember one time, I am having a dream in which I am working in my retail job, my previous retail job. But the store layout is unfamiliar. But that's not currently tripping me up in my dream persona, right? I'm just rolling with the oddities of it. And it was time for me to go home. And so I had to take my till back to the office and count it out, make sure that, you know, I didn't make any drastic counting mistakes while handing back cash for cash transactions. And And I remember taking an elevator up to the second floor of my workplace, and then leaving my, being instructed to leave my till on a counter, and not actually counting it out myself, which is not how we did things at my job. And I remember getting frustrated, like, I can't just leave it here. What, am I supposed to just take your word that my till doesn't have any discrepancies? Like, what if you decide to screw me over? Like, what if somebody else takes the elevator up here between when I leave it and you actually count it out and just takes cash out of it? Then I would get in trouble for that? And the person in my dreamscape was unrelenting. So I'm like, fine, whatever. But it made me really, really suspect of the entire situation. And as I took the elevator down to the second floor, my job did not have a second floor. I was thinking, things seem off! And I was like, am I dreaming? I might be dreaming. And the surefire way to tell if I am dreaming or not, I saw a customer, and I just punched them in the face. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm dreaming. And so I went outside, and it just turned into like Grand Theft Auto. Like, I stole a motorcycle, I was shooting a rocket launcher, I was biking away from the police. It got insane. But that's because, like, I acknowledged that I was caught up in a dream at that moment. This is really fun. This song was really fun. I'm gonna give that a like and play it again because I want a full combo. Also, the enemy boss on this level really reminds me of Nanners. I like Nanners a lot. She's a silly goose. Apparently she's pregnant now. So, like, good for her on becoming a mom. Hopefully the baby doesn't, like, terminate in pregnancy. So, you know, that kind of thing happens a lot. A lot more often than you think. Both of my aunts had real difficulty bringing a child to term. So I'm lucky that I have cousins. My mother had to have a hysterectomy because her uterus was growing like ulcers. So, like, I don't know what's wrong with all the elder women in my life, but hopefully that kind of thing isn't genetic. Like, I'd like to have children at some point, but, you know, I'm not actively really putting in any effort in looking. And, you know, when you don't put in effort, you can't expect results. I'm pretty comfortable with my current life, but I wouldn't turn down, like, a good opportunity if I came across one. Maybe that's not exactly a healthy mindset. Yeah, those huge pink pigtails. The blackish demon-like outfit. Yeah, that's absolutely looking like a Nanners reference. Okay, I'll take a sip to that. Another tally on my marker. Wonder if I can get 20 full combos before I end the stream. Wait, didn't I already do this? Okay, I don't think I've done this one tonight. I should be able to full combo it. Yeah, again, sharp memory, man. I can hear like a fraction of a second of a song and know what song it is. Or at least recognize it, you know? Like... This is a very Japanese song. My first exposure to Japanese culture was technically through Pokemon, but I didn't realize that it was a Japanese thing as a kid. The first thing that like I watched that I knew was Japanese was Spirited Away. I remember my dad at the time was like, hey, there's this movie playing on discount at this little theater down the street. And it's some Japanese movie. I think he said it was like some Japanese cartoon movie. And he's like, yeah, it's about some girl that gets transported to some other world. You want to check it out? Like, I don't know, Dad. Japanese? I don't know anything about that kind of thing. He's like, oh, we should go. It's probably going to be pretty interesting. And I'm like, okay, you know, I'll check it out. Like, I remember being pretty obstinate to the idea of going to watch Spirited Away in theater. Oh god, I'm so glad I went, because it immediately became my favorite movie. I own Spirited Away on VHS. But that was the first Japanese content that I knew was Japanese content at the time. Like, Pokemon to me was just something that it felt different from other cartoons, but I didn't realize it was Japanese. Like, the 4Kids translations of the rice balls, which they called jelly donuts. Like, I actually thought those were filled with jelly. Now, obviously, I know that's onigiri. Which, I've never had, by the way. The type of thing just... If it's available in America, I haven't found it. And I've been to, like, Asian supermarkets. I dropped my combo somewhere. That's too bad. I mean, I'm not surprised. This is a hard song. Yeah, there's an Asian supermarket in the town next to mine that I I don't go to very often because, again, it's kind of far away from where I live. But it's got a bookstore in the back half, and it's a really good place to buy new manga. I was able to buy like the first 3 volumes of Made in Abyss there. And obviously that's awesome. I bought the first volume of volumes 1 and 3 of Interspecies Reviewers, Don't Bully Me Nagasako, or whatever that series is called. Oh, imprinting. This song's a lot of fun. Again. You know, buying fresh manga is nice. Although I will admit that most of my manga collection has been purchased from Goodwill. Ah, damn it. Okay, I'll give it one more go. That bit's hard. I have like a 4x4 IKEA shelf that is just jam-packed with manga. I have every Shonen Jump magazine that released in NA. I was subscribed to them for a while, but then they went digital only. Now, I generally don't care to read manga online. Yeah, so like, through Goodwill purchases, I have all of Love Hina, I have all of Chobits, I have like the first 30 volumes of Bleach, the first like 30 volumes of Naruto minus volume 8. I have all of the Death Note manga. Ah, okay, I won't reset again. And a bunch of other little things. Like I have the first like 18 volumes of Negima. One of my favorite finds at Goodwill was the first volume of a manga series called Sankaria. Which is a manga anime series about a boy that really likes zombies. Like to an uncomfortable degree. Like he's fascinated with horror movies, and he like lives in some like shrine, like his grandpa's like some like monk that has like accursed arts. He's just like he basically grew up adjacent to like the Necronomicon, and and so like he's out here being a creepy little teenager, and he's like he's up late one night, and he hears some girl screaming into a well that she wants to die. And if I recall correctly, I can't recall if she actually commits suicide or if she like falls off a cliff and then dies like that. What is this? Invisible notes? Okay, I don't want to mess that up, but I got hit by a note and it ruined my combo, and I think I can beat this without that. So I think she like falls off a cliff and is impaled by like a tree branch. And and he does something that actually turns her into a zombie. And then she just lives at his house as a zombie. But this is after she gave him consent to be resurrected. Which is also its own thing. It's like an ecchi gag series. Except, like, it's ecchi and gag. Despite the fact that, like, the reason she wants to die in the first place is because her dad is basically molesting her. Which is really uncomfortable. But the series is, despite that, pretty funny. And, you know, if I'm allowed to be a little bit degenerate here for a little bit, it's also, I mean, not the molestation part, but, like, it's kind of hot. I mean, like, this otherwise really attractive girl is just, like, living in this dude's house as, like, a teenager. That's really awkward, actually. I'm gonna have to pour myself another bowl of sake for that comment. Like, I shouldn't have said any of that. Other things that I found at Goodwill. Oh, dude, what else? What else? I found some volumes of One Piece. Since I was subscribed to the Shonen Jump magazines, I had been able to keep up with One Piece for quite some time. Also, my high school had the first, like, maybe actually like the first like 20 volumes of One Piece, and I read all of them. And so I am caught up on One Piece up to the time skip right after the execution of a certain key character. Afterwards, I don't really know what's going on. I understand that they're on like one of the last islands in the Grand Line called Wano, but I could not say that I'm caught up with anything that happened after the time skip. Wow, this is a slow song. Those things hopping out of the water were like hopping out in slow motion. Other manga that I own that I also read in like high school would be Dot Hack Sign, or no, that was the anime, right? Dot Hack Legend of the Twilight was the manga. It's like 3 volumes, the last of which is kind of thick. DN Angel. Okay, that one's got some baggage. For all the youth that might be watching this video, DN Angel was about a boy that, like, a teenager that had an alter ego of, like, one of the world's best thieves. Like, and it was kind of like a Yu-Gi-Oh type situation where the two had distinct personalities and desires, and there were these 2 twin girls that were each interested in each of them, And so on top of like his thieving stuff and being a high schooler, he also had to like manage his relationships with these other characters. And then there's another character that was like trying to like catch him, like a light and L type of situation, like cat and mouse, kind of like, you can't be the world's best thief if I am the world's best detective. Another full combo. So it was just nothing but drama. It was it was a real treat. The downside about that series is that it didn't end. Like a lot of the time, like the manga will conclude, right? But like the anime won't. This time, the manga gets canceled. Like, I don't understand why. It was really good. DN Angel, Chobits, Sankaria. What am I on? Just a complete nostalgia trip. I'm gonna full combo this. Or at least I'm gonna give it another go and full combo it. I think I can. I don't think this should be difficult. Actually the first manga that I ever owned was I think it was the first volume of Yu-Gi-Oh! Back when I was a child, we would go out into the woods where my grandma's yeah, it was my grandma's sister. My grandma's sister lived in a house that her and her husband had built out in the woods on like the steep hill, which had a really scary driveway. Oh, I dropped the combo. And that's where I got my first ever manga volume. It's the first volume of Yu-Gi-Oh! I got it for Christmas. And back in the day, like, the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series was not about cards. Like, it was about Yugi being possessed by his alter ego, Yami, challenging school bullies and corrupt, like, teachers and media people, and, like, just general, like, actual armed robbers into shadow games in which he would permanently disfigure people as a result of his shadow games. It was really hardcore stuff. I was probably reading this when I was like 7 or 8. I remember a volume where there's a guy that was robbing a fast food restaurant that Anju worked at. Anju is Taya. So Taya had a part-time job, which is against school rules, at this fast food restaurant. There's a really good gag in that chapter where the boys had just showed up, Joey and Yugi, to that restaurant to be like, because it was like new in town and like it had just opened up or something. And Taya just happens to be their waiter. And she sprays on their burger in ketchup, like all across their like whole tray. Tell and you die. and as they're there, Joey leaves for some reason, I think. And then the place gets robbed by a dude with a gun. And he's sitting there at Yugi's table. And Taya is a hostage. And he's like pointing a gun at Yugi, like an actual like gun, this whole time. And Yugi's Yami personality takes place, the Pharaoh. And he's like all confident all of a sudden, and Taya's blindfolded with like a gun pointed at her. And Yami's just like, let's play a game! Like Jigsaw. And he's like, oh, you cocky middle schooler? You think you're in a position in which you can challenge me to a game? I like your guts. Sure, let's play. And then he points his gun at Yugi like the whole time. I'm crying, because this is just so ridiculous. And, in their game is that they each get to choose a single finger. And they can only use the finger that they chose going forward. And so the guy that like is holding the gun is like, easy, I'll choose my trigger finger. So like whenever you're done doing whatever the weird fuck that you want to do, I'll just pull the trigger, shoot you, and kill you. And Yugi's like, yeah, well I choose my thumb. And then in his hand he just so happens to have a lighter. And the dude just happens to be smoking. And also just happens to have just spilled a bunch of fucking like booze on himself. And so Yugi clicks the lighter and then just drops it on the guy that's covered in flammable alcohol. And just sets him ablaze. It was just... And then like after that, Anju was just like, the voice of that mysterious stranger. That was Yami. And she's all like attracted to like him and wants to get with the Pharaoh. But like whenever she's talking to Yugi, he just sounds like the little high schooler. It's like, oh Terra, I couldn't hurt a fly. And then Yami pops out and challenges people to duels to the Shadow Realm. It's like there's a lot of situations in which like that guy got literally set on fire. That's not the only time that happens in Yu-Gi-Oh! In the early volumes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like there's another time when she was playing like air hockey with a big grill in a school festival. Except the puck was a block of ice with chemical explosives in it. And if it melted on your side, it would hit the grill and explode. And this other dude just got immolated. And then there's another time where somebody was bullying Yugi's classmate. And he ends up setting like a maze of oil on the ground. And then setting that on fire with the guy inside it. And the dude had to find his way out of this oil trap without catching on fire. Just because this dude was being mean to like this weak little high schooler friend. Like, sure, I don't like advocate for bullying, but I think setting your opponents on fire is a little overkill, and I don't think that's a hot take. Okay, if I fail the song again, I'm just gonna go with it. Yeah, I think this is a 10, right? If that's... Okay, so I've missed 2 so far. I was gonna say, if that's like the only note I miss, you know, I'm gonna be up. Okay, 3? Wow, that was bad. I have no excuse for that. The song has kind of an irregular beat. Yeah, there's another chapter in which some film producer showed up at Yugi's school hoping to make a documentary about bullying, which, I mean, to be fair to him, would be the ideal school to make that documentary. Because bullying was such a huge issue in Yu-Gi-Oh! School, apparently. But this asshole film producer thought it necessary to stage these bullying incidents. And so Yami was like, alright then, if you're gonna come in here and bully students pretending to be like a high schooler, I'm gonna challenge you to a shadow game. And the shadow game was simply roll a die, and whoever gets a higher number wins. And this film producer rolled a 6. He was like, ha 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 ha, well, Yugi, it looks like you can't beat a 6 after all. And then Yugi slams the die so hard into the concrete that it breaks in half and lands a 7. And this shadow game punishment is that this film producer becomes permanently blinded. This is just such overkill. Like, actually, like, permanently blinded dude for being kind of a shithole. I don't know, man. Absolutely brutal. Oh, it's this song? I could probably... I don't think I should have an issue full comboing this. This song's pretty difficult if you're not actually listening to the music. Ah. Yeah, see, that the notes are coming in on the top and bottom at different speeds can be really tricky if you're mostly relying on your eyes. Okay, so that's what, like 2? I think the issue here might be that I'm focusing too much. Okay, those Gemini notes after the... a little ka-ching, like a cash register opening. It's cute. It's a cute song, for sure, for sure. For real, no cap, on God. Wait, did I just hit replay? Replay? I think so. Yeah, I'll give it another go. It's fun. I'm trying to think what other manga I had or read when I was young. Definitely Yu-Gi-Oh! Is big there. Well, I suppose I already mentioned a lot of them with Dot Hack Sign and Dot Hack Twilight and One Piece, the Shonen Jump magazines. Oh, okay, I got a story with those Shonen Jump magazines. I had been subscribed to them from like I'd say maybe like I missed the combo again. Maybe like 2009 or 2010 through, I think their last issues were in... Oh, okay. I want to make sure that I get this right. New best, okay. 1 sec. I'm gonna walk out to my bookshelf and just take a look. I want to say like 2013. But it could have been 2014. 2012. Okay. Yeah, the last volumes that they issued in NA were in 2012. So I was subscribed to them for probably about 3 years. So I didn't have access to all of them. And as I've said, now I own all of them except for maybe 2. I think there might have been a writer strike during those 2 years that they were publishing in NA. Not 2 years, like 2 months. Like I think I'm missing maybe only 2 volumes of Shonen Jump magazine. All the way back from like 2004 to 2012, I have all of them except for like 2. And I had a friend that had a bunch of old ones. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. And they were not in good condition. But he had already read them, and he was willing to get rid of them. But he wouldn't get rid of them for free. You know, reasonable. And I had something that he wanted. And that something were Playboy magazines. So so my grandpa is a barber, and he has a barber shop. That's his that I had access to. Private business. And and on the side of his TV, which his TV was on like this cabinet, he had some Playboy and Penthouse magazines. And as I was staying the night at my grandparents' house, and his barbershop was residential, sometimes he would be out there in the living room watching TV late, and I had anime I wanted to watch on Saturday nights. They had an anime block. And, you know, commercial breaks or something was playing that I'm not terribly interested in, I got a little nosy and was looking around the place. And on the side of the TV were adult magazines. And I noticed that Grandpa had duplicates. And eventually, when my friend, I was looking at them for a couple of years before my friend proposed the trade, but like, you know, I'm pretty open about everything about my life, to be completely honest. Full combo, another tally. So they knew my friends knew that I had access to this. He's like, hey, you know, literature for literature, am I right? Neat wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And I wanted his Shonen Jump magazines, and he wanted my Playboy magazines that I had access to, but they were not mine. So like, this is in high school. So like, as a 15 or 16-year-old, I don't like, I'm not gonna steal things, right? I confronted my grandpa, and I was like, hey grandpa, can I take some of these magazines that you got in the in the barbershop? He's like, oh no, you've been looking at that? I'm like, yeah, for a while now. And he's just like, okay, I am okay with you taking them, so long as you acknowledge that they've been photographically manipulated and that real women don't look like this. Like, yeah, okay. Like, dude, at this point, like, I didn't tell him this, but like at that point I'm already watching like hentai, right? Okay, hentai wasn't a thing back then. It was Dojinmo. I was like, yeah, don't worry, Grandpa. I know about like, you know, that kind of thing too. The internet's a thing. I think I probably just said something like, yeah, I understand. The internet's a thing. I have more experience than you probably think. Is literally probably what I said to my grandpa, right? And he's like, okay, yeah, go ahead, take them. I don't really care. He said that he initially purchased, or not purchased them, but like, as a barbershop, certain industries get a hold of you in expectation that you push their merchandise, and so he had free copies, so he claimed, to these Playboys. New high score? Yay! I'll take a sip to that. So he's like, yeah, go ahead and take them. I got them for free. Don't tell Grandma. Yeah, which might have been bold-faced lies. I have no idea. But anyway, so I took them, and I traded them with my friend for his Shonen Jump magazines. And but I had told him that I had gotten a hold of the magazines, and that I would be willing to get rid of them. But more or less, I was waiting for a good time. Because there's no way in hell that I was going to bring them to school, to trade them with him at school. And this is one of my stoner friends. So, like, I wasn't in the habit of, like, going over to his house or anything, right? And so there's this one day, which it wasn't raining. It rains a lot here. And I decided I had the energy, and he'd already given me the Shonen Jump magazines. And he had been pestering me about getting those magazines. He's like, yo, I gave you those Shonen Jump magazines, where's my Playboys? And I'm like, I'm just waiting for a good time, man. I'm not gonna bring them here. And here being school, right? Damn, this song is so hard. So one day I had the willpower to go and deliver him the magazines. And I got on my bicycle, and I still have this backpack, by the way. I had the over-the-shoulder, like, latchel backpack. So on a bicycle, that's a lot of weight on one half of yourself. I almost fell off my bike multiple times on my way from my house to his house to deliver these magazines, because of all the weight on one side of me. And I get to his house with these magazines, and I knock on the door. And it just so happens to have been his birthday. He just so happens to have had a bunch of people over. Mostly his friends from high school, I think. And I'm like, yo, it's time! And I open my backpack, and I just start pulling out these magazines. I'm like, stop bitching about it, bro. And I just start slamming down Playboy magazines on, like, the coffee table. And everybody's like, yo! So I was the guy that came to his house on his birthday and provided Playboy for him and all of his friends. I won't forget that. Like, I didn't stick around to celebrate his birthday or anything. I took off afterward, but like, I think I was talked about. Like, he was a friend, but like between a friend and acquaintance, like it doesn't feel right to call him an acquaintance, and it doesn't quite sit right to call him a friend either. So like, you know, like I would see him every day in school, and he was like, "Dude, you really came through for me the other day." I'm like, "Cool." Life of a high school boy, right? You know, I don't know if I got up to more or less shenanigans than is average for a typical high school boy. Like, there's one time I went up to there's a hiking trail near our school. And the stoners would sometimes go up there to smoke weed. And I wasn't interested in smoking weed, but there's one time in which they had an edible. It was like this really awfully bitter peanut butter cookie. And I ate like the whole peanut butter cookie. And I went up there with them. And everybody was getting like bit up by mosquitoes. And I had my bike, of course, because I would bike to school and back. And one of the girls that was with us was like throwing up. And it was kind of overall an unpleasant experience. And me and my closer friend, I've mentioned him before, left. The brakes on my bike were completely shot, and we were coming downhill. Like this is basically like a steep hill, like a really big steep hill. Full combo, high score, new records. Wow, this is just nothing but high records there. 20 full clears. I'll stop when I run out of topics for now. So my brakes were completely shot on my bike. And because I was high and not in my right of mind, it did not occur to me to walk my bike down this treacherous slope. Which is one of the reasons I do not partake in the devil's lettuce. I was teetering on my bicycle, like sitting on the seat of my bike. And I was teetering left and right, trying not to let it lose control underneath me. And this is definitely not safe. And, like, in retrospect, extremely stupid. With completely shot brakes, you don't want to be going down that steep of a hill. Anyway, I didn't have any accidents. But I got home. And obviously I had only had an edible. But my mom was just like, as soon as I walked in, she's like, "Have you been smoking weed?" She's like, I must have smelled of the other people that had been smoking. And like, I was just like, yeah. I just admitted. And she's like, "Well, how do you feel?" And I was just like, honestly, I kind of have a headache. And she simply responded, "Good." And I went to my room, and I proceeded as usual. She didn't punish me or anything. I suppose that's one of those moments where honesty pays off. Yeah, I won't forget that. Like, if I have a kid and they go smoke weed at some point. I think how she handled it was perfect. Like when she asked me, "Were you smoking weed?" It's just like I don't like lying now, but I wasn't as adverse to it back then. I was maybe a little bit more morally loose. So like, I very well probably could have lied, but maybe in my head it was like not worth it, or maybe it was like, no, you're not gonna get away with this one. Like technically, on the most technical sense, I was not smoking weed. But yeah, that was something. That was definitely something. On another occasion, I gave it another try. I think this is like the second try, and quite a bit later. I got over to my friend's house because they had invited me. This is my stoner friends, and we hotboxed the bathroom, and I actually partook in sampling their medicinal herbs via a bong, and we ran out. And I was cool to just hang out with the two of them. But they wanted more. Okay. And they decided that it was most pertinent to go and acquire more. And they took me as somebody with almost no experience with this. This is like my second time ever. To their dealer's house. And the whole time was extremely awkward. I was extremely uncomfortable. This guy was playing music from his TV, and he had like these huge speakers set up, and it was irresponsibly loud, and they were in like an apartment complex, and it was much too loud to be playing in an apartment complex. Like, if I were that guy's neighbors, I would be like filing complaints. Like, it felt like a place where the police could pull up. And interstate at the time, it was illegal. Oh shit, that just limited the state that I'm into quite a bit. There's only a handful of states in which it is legal. But, you know, if you want to take all the context information to figure out which state I am in, I can't imagine that it would be too hard. Just like, you know, with what I've spoken about thus far. Anyway, so I was sitting in this complete stranger's living room. Well, he went to the back to get the stuff with my two friends. And my two friends is like, he's gonna bring it out, and we're gonna have to take a hit with him. If you don't, it's really rude. And so I'm like, fuck, okay, I'll take another hit. I didn't want to. So I took a hit in the stranger's apartment. I took a hit in his drug dealer's apartment back when I was in high school. How things have changed now. Like, nowadays kids gotta worry about like their crap being laced with fentanyl. Just killing themselves. Hard no for me, boys. Oh, but yeah, that was something. I didn't get caught or suspected for anything on that trip. Maybe I just stayed out too late for like, I don't know exactly why not. This would have also been back in the day when I'm playing like Pokemon Pearl. I think White had come out at that point. So, you know, it really puts a time frame on things. I wonder what anime this plays for. Yeah, dude. The Saturday night, Toonami or Cartoon Network anime lineup was absolutely ballin'. Like, that's what got me into Bleach, into Death Note, Code Geass. I would watch Inuyasha, although I didn't care for it that much. They did quite a bit of Iruka 7, I think. They're playing Code Geass, aired through Cartoon Network's Saturday night anime block. Kakaishi? I'm not sure Naruto ever aired there. I think that was a WB thing, wasn't it? I remember sometimes on Saturday mornings you could catch some anime. A new best, okay. What else did they have? I'm actually really thinking about it. Like, what was playing Saturday nights on Adult Swim? Bleach, for sure. Bleach, Code Geass, Death Note were the big ones. Those are the ones I was most excited about. Oh, dude. Okay, so that was back before Minecraft came out. And you know what I was playing before Minecraft? Roblox. No, actually, Roblox is big. It was part of the thing that got me into like computer coding, because you could script the blocks in Roblox to do things. I remember playing like a hide and seek tag on Roblox back in the day, doing what it amounts to like first-person shooter type things on Roblox. I remember doing tycoon games in mazes. I remember in my own personal world I was making like obstacle courses. And I remember that I had the knowledge to make a block that would pivot automatically and move on its own, that was invisible and would also kill you upon impact. So at any point you could just kind of randomly die, which is absolute BS. But yeah, absolutely before Minecraft was a thing. Roblox is where it was at. Wow, this song really kicked my ass. Dude, yeah, Roblox is big. Dude, that was fun. That's such a fun song. I know it's on my liked list, right? It's gotta be. Yeah, it is. Okay. New best! Okay, I'll take a sip to that. Yeah, let's just finish off this bottle. Sake. I got enough for like half a bowl. I hate putting a bottle back on the shelf with like barely anything in it. Code Geass is still one of my favorites. I think how they actually decided to end it is a little disappointing. Like I'm not a huge fan of like the thematic end where he's confronting his father and it's all about like this reality of authenticity. I mean, I suppose it's a good message. But when it comes to the final episode and the emotional payoff of like what happens in the very like final scenes is huge. That's like one of the best endings in anime has ever had, in my opinion. Like, yeah, Code Geass is kind of Chinyobyu, but I loved it, and to this day, it is. It's on my 3x3. Oh, some kids nowadays might not know what a 3x3 is. An anime or a game 3x3. Whoa, what is that? Okay, I don't understand this at all. They're layered on top of each other. Hold notes that are layered on top of each other. Are you supposed to hit every other note with every with each hand? I'm gonna give that a try. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to reset. That's my bad moment. Sorry, that really threw me off there. I wasn't expecting. I don't think I've seen this before in MushDash. Okay, I'm gonna hard focus this. Dude, I don't get it. I mean, I guess I got it, but it felt like I was just pressing buttons. I don't know if it's gonna do that to me again. The BPM is picking up. This song is kicking my ass, bro. I think it's in Chinese. Yeah, I've absolutely never played that before. I'm gonna give it a like simply because I want a rematch. I do not like this song, but I want to give that another try at some point. What was I talking about? 3x3s? Okay, so for the uninitiated, a 3x3 is a 3x3 grid, right? So essentially 9 squares, like a tic-tac-toe board, in which you display your favorite things. That can be video games, anime, songs, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's called a 3x3. And and you can post it as an image on certain like social media boards, image boards, whatever, to display your taste generalized into 9 things. And I would say that Code Geass is on my 3x3. If I had to make room for anything... Wait, what the hell? Did the beat just switch? If I were to make room for anything, if I had to, I would probably remove it and replace it with Death Note. I like Death Note more than Code Geass, but right now I think I can fit both on my 3x3. Other things on there right now would be Air Gear, Sekirei, Bleach, Golden Boy, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. I'm not sure how many that puts me up to right now because I'm not counting as I say these. I think that was Air Gear, Golden Boy. That's awful. And Golden Boy, Air Gear, and Sekirei is like 3 ecchis. Code Geass and Death Note is kind of edgies. So that would be 5. Bleach for my 6th for a shonen. It kind of feels bad to put Denel Coil on there. I don't think that's one of my on my 3x3s. I said Ghost in the Shell for my 7th. So I have 2 more slots. I remember really enjoying Death Parade. So I could maybe consider putting Death Parade on a 3x3. Made in Abyss needs to go on my 3x3 for 8, my 8th slot. I'm not saying that these are in any particular order, but Made in Abyss is absolutely one of my favorite anime. 2 more slots. I really liked Prison School. I don't know if I'd rewatch it though. Oh, Konosuba. Konosuba is one of my all-time favorites. So Konosuba, Golden Boy. Those are like the 2 to represent comedy for me. I'm thinking I might want to put Kaiji as my 9th anime. Oh, this song is difficult. I am amazed that it hasn't dropped those hold notes. I don't feel like I held them for long enough. Okay, there we go. This is one of the new songs. I feel like Kaiji's kind of obscure, so I want to talk about it a little bit. Okay, and I gotta also mention Baki. But I'll come back to Baki. Kaiji is an anime about a dude that is a loser. And he's in a lot of debt. And he is extended an invitation to a cruise ship. And this is a cruise ship in which he can gamble his future away in exchange for money to pay off his debt. It is a gambling anime with a fantastic narrator. I swear the narrator is like half of the anime in terms of just like the suspense. It builds so much suspense. In like the first arc is Kaiji on a cruise ship. There's like 100 other people on the cruise ship, and the goal is to win games of rock paper scissors against the other crew members. Except it's limited rock paper scissors. All the contestants, all like 100 contestants, are given 12 playing cards. And damn, these songs that it's throwing at me are just hard right now. If I remember correctly, 4 of the cards were rocks, 4 of the cards represented scissors, and 4 of them represented paper. And so the contestants would place their card face down on a table, and if they won the rock paper scissors, they got an opponent's star, and you needed so many stars to actually like pass the round, to win the tournament or whatever. And and the thing is, once you've played your card, it gets like put into a shredder. So like if you did like all of your rocks, all 4 of your rocks. Oh dude, this song's kicking my ass. You simply couldn't play any more rocks for your rock, paper, scissors matches. There's another really sleazy thing that the game makers in that anime did before the start of the fucking tournament, is that they allowed people to go further into debt by borrowing money that was on interest, per minute interest rates. And so if you wanted to, if you were able, because again, you could only win if you got so many stars from your opponents, and I think everybody started with like 3 stars or something. You could only win by collecting a certain amount of stars, whether you won hands of the game or not. So what some people were doing was they were saying, hey, I just borrowed $60,000. Let me spend 10,000 of those 60,000 and buy one of those stars from you. You can then go and take that money and use it in other purposes or to pay off your debt, but you're down a star. And so these poor broke losers were doing a cutthroat like game where they had to evaluate what cards their opponents had left to play rock paper scissors with, while also like deciding whether to go into more debt to survive the game or not. Losers were to become slaves, to work in like these harsh mining camps. It's just super high stakes stuff. in the mind games that it got up to, and this was nothing short of like what you'd see in Death Note between Light and L. Like, it was just super intense stuff. Absolutely fantastic. As for Kaiji, it's you can find 2 seasons worth of it on Netflix, which is how I got into it. I mean Baki. And Baki is a fighting anime. The creator has an unhealthy obsession with muscles. Like, all he wants to do is draw obscenely grotesque muscles on all of his characters. It's one of those series in which the most ridiculous things are happening on screen, but everything is played straight. One of my favorite scenes in Baki is where this guy is in a fight with this notorious criminal, and in the criminal breaks out this like nanotechnology piano wire thing, which is like made from raw carbon fibers and is like only a few molecules thick, so it's extremely sharp and nearly unbreakable because of its carbon design. And he uses it in a moment, like underhandedly, to cut off his opponent's hand in the middle of an unarmed combat fight, right? He cuts this dude's hand off. And the dude who gets his hand cut off is like, "Ha! This is funny. Back when I was training in the bamboo forest, I'd punch the bamboo training rod so hard I'd break the fingers in my hands. I'd always wondered just how hard I could punch if I didn't have to worry about doing that." And he proceeds to continue the fight with a stump, and he punches the guy that chopped his hand off with his stump and sends him flying. Which is absolutely anime logic to the absurd degree, right? Like, this dude punches another dude with a stub and sends him reeling. I love that. Like, there's another dude that is another notorious criminal, and his containment is in the ocean. And he's like a mile under the ocean. And he escapes his containment by swimming to the surface. Because apparently this guy had been training by holding his breath for like 10 minutes at a time. So this guy can fight while holding his breath and not breathing for 10 minutes. Like, the anime strives to produce the most ridiculous shit possible, but it always grounds it with, like, some questionable, highly questionable, like, scientific basis. Like, it's not just like they're doing shit that's just actually magic, right? Like, it does its best to make you think that what you're watching could potentially happen. And again, how ridiculous that scene is where the guy gets his hand cut off and just continues to fight with a stub. Like, that is an absolutely ridiculous moment, right? But again, it plays it completely straight. Like, this is the most reasonable course of action to be happening right now. So for that purpose, I love Baki. Baki is hilarious. I don't really know if it belongs on a 3x3, but I mean, when it comes up to like Code Geass, Bleach, and the other things that I mentioned, like, I don't think it's that good, but it's definitely entertaining. Oh, come on, I messed up a 2222. 2222s should be easy, man. If I mess that up, I'm restarting. Yeah, man, anime is a lot of fun. There we go. Oh, come on. I missed another note. So far, I fully believe that I can full combo this. If it's not already full comboed, I'm gonna make sure that it's on my favorites list, because I want to full combo this. Three ones are kind of tricky. Definitely not impossible. Some songs in which you're expecting them, they can definitely come to you. Yeah, it's not on my favorites, so I'll give it a favorite. I definitely want to play that again. Dude. Fucking old school anime. Wait, is this an 11? Oh no. Wait, what the hell is this song? Yeah, this is a bit fast. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm just hitting keys. Jesus. Yeah, I don't want to set a score on this that's going to be as bad as that score was going to be. We'll just move on. That feels really bad, actually. I kind of want to maybe play one more song and then head out for the night. It's kind of late for me, actually. In my time zone, I should have been going to bed maybe about 45 minutes ago. For, you know, me working night shifts. But I've just been having so much fun talking. So I'll probably just do a couple more songs and call it. I mean, I have full combo 20 songs tonight. This song's looking like another full clear. Unless it gets difficult all of a sudden. Alright, this is looking pretty comfortable. Halfway. Three quarters. No! It alternated its notes. And then I got hit by a gear. And then I got hit by a Gemini and I missed another note. So it's like, what, 4 misses? It's just all at the very end of the song. Oh, that is super upsetting. Ugh. I'm actually angry. I'm actually malding over here. New best. 9? 4? Yeah, that's maybe that's a little easy for a 9. I mean, I'm not trying to degrade 9s or like 8s or whatever, but like that felt like it could have been an 8. Like maybe an 8 on a harder scale, but like a 9 is questionable, man. Just a couple more. Here's another 9 that I don't have a score on. I mentioned Danao Coil earlier. I think its subtitle is Circle of Children. It plays off its first, like, 20 episodes like a slice of life. It takes place in a world in which Google Glass took off. Google Glass obviously is the augmented reality technology that is normal ass glasses that you wear on your face that projects onto your eyeballs. Augmented reality. I remember that the it's kind of like what Pokemon Go does, right? Like you see on your camera app the world in front of you, but you also see Pokemon. And in the world of Danao Coil, a lot of people are wearing these AR glasses. and there's a community of people that are making and abusing bugs in the AR system. And what I mean by bugs is that basically how the company decided to make the technology for this world in the series is they basically like Google mapped everything. So areas that aren't properly mapped to the system, or that potentially have outdated data, are areas that like bugs can spawn from. And there's and so these kids are kind of messing around with the bugs of the system, and they get into a series of events that are over their heads. Apparently, something had happened with one of their students, one of their classmates' friends. This I think they're all in middle school in the series, and so this young boy is trying to figure out exactly what bug caused this incident to happen. But basically, this girl that was wearing the glasses crossed through traffic and was hit by a car and died. And he thinks that she had seen something with her glasses that made her cross the road when she shouldn't have. Like the light wasn't green, but she thought it was safe. Or she was too distracted by the glasses to pay attention to the road. Something like that. And so he's trying to figure out exactly what happened to her. Well, the glasses developer company is trying to like hide this information. But he has her glasses and is like trying to access maybe like what she had seen through like their history or memory or whatever. All while these other kids are delving into the world of bugs and going places that they shouldn't be going with these glasses technology. And there's another girl, her brother is like in a coma. And she believes that he was put in the coma because of some interaction with these glasses. And she's trying to save his soul, which she believes is somehow trapped in like I suppose you could call it like the metaverse. It's in the digital land that exists in like the servers that are rendered by the glasses company. And some really dark and creepy shit happens in this series. But like the first like 20 episodes play out like just a normal slice of life with some slightly unnerving things happening. In like the second season or the last half or whatever, it's just really adult and theming, but it would otherwise easily be mistaken as like Ghibli-esque. I really like this series, but it is a slow burn. Highly, highly recommend if you like disturbing, uncomfortable content. I would be interested in seeing where this could potentially fit onto a 3x3. Like, I like what it was doing with like the whole predicting like potential AR technologies. Like, it really reminds me of like Serial Experiments Lane, which is like an early 90s, maybe mid 90s anime series about a girl that is exploring what life would be like as like internet celebrity. Like Like, the anime, despite being produced in the 90s, explores the concept of, like, internet identity. I would say that it is extremely ahead of its time. It's got a lot of really uncomfortable and thought-provoking imagery. So if you want a throwback that's also kind of a slow burn, I would recommend it as well. Like, it's one of those series that you're probably going to need to watch a couple times to, like, really think that you understand what's going on. I think you call those kind of things esoteric. Oh, I played the song earlier tonight. Oh, she actually hit me. You know, I didn't remember that I had played the song because of the sound of the song, but because of the patterns that it's having me play out, which is an interesting thing to think about. You know, I kind of like that song. It's an 8. It's not the hardest thing in the world, but I'll give it a like. And I'll probably do one more. Like 20 full combos is impressive. I want to do one of my favorites, though, so let's switch over to those. Power attack? I don't think I'll get a full combo here, just to be realistic. But yeah, I had a lot of fun tonight talking. Ah! That gear. I got hit by a gear. I suppose 20 is a good even number to round it out on. Oh, and I missed a hold note. And I got hit by another gear. And another gear, and I missed, like, okay. This is not how I want to go out tonight. It's not how I want to end this stream. I'll take a sip to that. Oh, I have no more booze in front of me. Flight? No. I already played the song tonight. And the song always whoops my ass on 10. Backing out. No. I mean, at this point, I might as well just choose a song. So I'm going to choose Marindral. I'm not promising a full clear, but it's just a song I really, really like. Jump! Okay, I do want Indulge me. Indulge me, please. I kind of want a full combo. I didn't jump in time. I got hit by an invisible gear. This stage is bullshit. You actually just have to memorize it from trial and error. If I get past like the opening section, I won't restart again. That's not the opening section. Nah, dude, I'm screwing this up, man. You know, I said one more song. Didn't mean how many times I play that one more song. I acknowledge that I am being obnoxious right now. Dude, that's so hard to hit. Those hold notes are so hard. This is like a tap then a hold. That's what you get when you play Leaf songs, though. Leaf songs are designed to be unfair. I don't know how this guy got all the impossible songs. Dude, I'm just... Okay, this is not the song I'm leaving on. I love the song. I do. But it's beyond my capacity at this current point. What else sounds good? This looks like Pippa. Like, obviously it's not Pippa, but it looks like Pippa. Okay, I might be able to full combo this. Maybe. Let's give it a go. God damn it! These hold notes, man. Ugh. Swearing like a sailor. I'm out of booze. Yeah, I realized I missed the note. This is such a fun song. Dun dun dun. Only 20 full clears. Most of those are like 7s or 8s. I'll play this song to completion, but I don't feel good about this run. I want to go out feeling good. I do not yet feel good, so I will continue playing for just a little bit longer. This song's free today. I'll give this a try. I'm not feeling confident on it. I should probably just skip to something that I feel confident on. Kind of need to take an idle break. The use of the word idle break for restroom breaks is funny. Dude, it just instantly bopped me, man. I'll never think that that's not funny, though. I'll give it one more play. Win or lose, I'll play it through. Unless it's absolutely bodying me. I got hit again in the same spot. Yeah, no. I'm immediately not a man of my word. Some of these songs are just ridiculous. They're on my like list. Like, I don't know if complaining about them's fair. Okay, yeah, let's play this. Its difficulty is question mark. I'll play it on its normal, or it's quote unquote hard. I should be able to full combo this, and still feel fairly good about it. I got hit. How the hell did I get hit? Man, I had a good stream until now. I become that sweaty gamer. Maybe I'm actually no, I'm not drunk. Like if in terms of like alcohol inebriance, I would say like I'm like a 5 out of 10 right now. Like 1 being completely sober, 10 being blackout drunk. Like I feel like I'm like a 5. I am very moderate right now. I feel like I haven't done this in a hard. No. I'm not doing this on 5. That is. I'll do this on its hardest difficulty. It shouldn't be difficult. And I haven't played this song in a long time, so it should be fine. Should be Gucci. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Play on 8. Yeah, full comboing an 8 shouldn't be difficult. It's about to pick up pace a little bit. Dude, that piano is so sweet. Dude, I almost dropped those. Oh god. That would have been so unfortunate. That's another full combo for the counter. Wait, can that even be seen? It can. 21 full combos. Okay, I want to play something a little harder. Actually, like that didn't feel good for a final song. So let's play Cheshire Cat. I don't think I'll full combo this one, but the song's just definitely like an adrenaline bumping song. Really feels French, doesn't it? This song's so exciting. It feels exceptionally fast. Da 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 da. I'm out of breath. That song is so fun. Ah, God. That song is it's so frantic. Like, you literally can't even breathe when you're playing that song. Yeah, like I appreciate that so much. Like it's I'm not even saying that it's hard. Like it is difficult, but like it's absolutely not unfair. You know, we'll give it one more go. We'll give it one more go. Just because I like the feeling that it induces upon me when I play it. Also, I only missed like 3 or 4 notes that song, so like, there's a chance I might full combo it if I give it another shot. Meow. Da da da. I'm literally headbanging. Da 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 da. No. That's 2. Three. Oh God, my heart's beating. 3. Ah. You know, the thing is, if I were playing with little robot bunny elfin, that would have been a full combo. I didn't miss any hold notes. Dude, yeah. I'm comfortable ending there. I missed 3 with no real handicaps on on a 10. Like, feels good. That song feels good to play. Like, it's just all the notes are very much to the beat of the song. Like, you know, there's some songs in this game in which the notes, maybe the notes are focused on an instrument that you are not necessarily focused on. Like maybe they're focused on like a bassy track, or not necessarily like the melody, right? And that song is 100% the melody the entire time, making it really concise and coherent. And so I really appreciate that song for what it provides. Anyway, thank you for watching. And you know, I talked about a lot of fun things here, so so I hope I had you engaged. If you have any concerns about maybe some of that dream topic stuff that I was talking about, again, leave a comment if you believe that it is immoral to act immorally in a dream in which you know it is a dream. Like, you know, whether you think that dreams partake in their own world, and if that is an actual and like place that deserves respect and coherence. Like, let me know what your thoughts are on that kind of thing, because you know, I think about that a lot. And I'm not sure if I'll stream tomorrow night. I might a little bit, but not as late as I've streamed today, because I'm gonna have work the day after that. So so yeah, thanks for checking in on me, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Good night.